Hello, freak bitches. Joe Rogan experience. Okay, guitar practice 2:19:23. Gotta start with these stretches. We get some blood flowing to these fingers. Um, I think what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna start low key. I'm just gonna put something on in the background, and we're gonna work our way through our simple exercises, spider walk, triads, that kind of stuff, picking rhythm, and then we're gonna try to. Um, I think we're just today is gonna be a lot of exercises, a lot of drills. We're just gonna zone out and try to drill certain skills. I'm gonna spend a lot of time on legato. I want to spend a lot of time on sweep picking. It might not be that exciting, but I want to put my time in on a lot of these skills. I'm gonna try to minimize my talking because I think I know what I'm doing, so I don't need to describe it too much. So we're gonna put on Mike Tyson with The Undertaker.
We have Cedric the Entertainer, Blueface,
Cedric.
and I believe LNLE Choppa. Wow, it just got dark in here. What's going on?
What's going on here? I'm getting a little nervous. Ladies and gentlemen, we have not the one, not the two, but the 10th wonder of the world. Okay? My man, The Undertaker.
What's up, champ?
I don't know, I'm talking.
Happy to see you too, man.
How you doing, my man?
Hey, how you doing?
You know, Bash, his team won the World Championship last year.
Yeah, man, with the Rams, huh? Yeah, absolutely.
You're a Ram.
Congratulations.
Thank you, my man. Pleasure to have you, man.
How you doing, man? Long
Doing
time no
good.
see.
It has been a minute. Yeah.
Look good, brother.
Oh, man, smoke and mirrors, you know.
Oh, man, tell me about it. So tell me, man, the people want to know how you get started in this business.
So I
Where
needed
you
something. So I needed something. I needed something legal to do. No, I'm just kidding. No, so
That's understandable.
no, I was actually in school playing basketball, and I was a big fan as a kid, and I'd kind of gotten away from wrestling, and you know when I was playing football and basketball and doing all the other sports, you know, and then I went on to college and was playing basketball. I so my coach between my junior and senior year, my coach is getting all these inquiries from like these European teams. And you know, he's telling me like, "Hey, you're getting a lot of interest. You know, you might get a tryout or something over there. They just want you to get a little bigger."
Okay, those are our
So between my
stretches.
junior and senior year of college, I start training. Well, I was already weight training, but now I'm training to really get big because even at
Let's lower the
you know
volume
at
on
6'8",
this.
6'9", and 230.
Alright, fuck that shit. I don't care about The Undertaker. I'm gonna put on some rabbi shit. Why Jewish knowledge of reincarnation was kept secret. That's more my pace.
It's always a topic that's difficult because there's so much sensationalism associated with the ideas of
Alright.
reincarnation, past lives, and all of that, because human beings gravitate to the exotic.
So I think what we're going to try to do is to mix note values. So we'll go from whole notes to double speed to triple, you know what I'm saying? And try to mix the note values in the middle of the runs.
So then, of course, this is the catch-22. Anything I say can be used against me because, as I just said, those that know don't say, and those that say don't know don't be saying. Well, I'll have to leave you to determine that. But because we do live in, I would say, absurd times, sometimes in times that are not regular times, irregular measures. And I take the cue from our teachers and masters who were great chemists. And whatever they did say was only a very little tip of the iceberg of what was there. Because we live in a time where the teachings of mystical and inner esoteric teachings are truly necessary to create a relationship with the soul.
Just going to lower it to 100.
Purpose. And with so many distractions,
I'm going to add a
that's why
virtual amp.
license was given to address this, even though some may abuse it and some may misuse it, but still because it can help people. We do speak about these ideas, not necessarily in their full glory, and also in a way that a person has to go and study and divert themselves, immerse themselves, but yet it is given to us. And there's actually an analogy from Sri Lanka here again, Muhammad, where he was exactly that. His colleagues seemed to challenge his propagating for the elite, for those that he said really earned their right to enter the inner chambers of the mystical. And at that moment when they were speaking, a page of one of the mystic teachings was seen on the floor. And the colleague pointed to Muhammad and pointed out, "Don't you see? For a being that we don't appreciate, held, cherished, here it's just on the floor." So Sri Lanka responded. He said, he gave an analogy. This analogy of a child who fell ill, the child that was here. I know that doctors cannot every way find any way to heal. Only rarely doctors see something demonic in this. Take this rare stone, which is in the Holy Quran, and you crush it, makes the powder. Water, perhaps, will cleanse it. But when it goes wrong, perhaps that is the elixir of healing. The king of his intoxication already accounts for it. So even though much of it will go on the floor, one drop may drop in, and only a doubt it may save your life. But the point is, especially when it comes to the part of distraction, part of being punished. So let me give you this very and even though some of it may end up
So let's lower it even more,
on the floor,
just to 90.
but misused, yet the purpose of the chords may save a life. Literally save a life. Give us the vitality necessary to live freshly, exciting lives with spirituality. As the saying goes, nothing does us any good but spiritual food. That's a quote from the Secular King. It's part of God's soul. Part of his life. So if life is seen on a biological standpoint, life is seen heartbeat, death is death. It's simple as that. That cannot right now make a lot of sense. But it's important to compartmentalize. For those that understand that the soul is a physical entity, because what we experience on this mortal life realizes there's much more going on in life. So the more aware the soul will understand the impact of past lives. To answer that question, do we actually have past lives?
So this is more efficient spider walk practice. Where we try to start mixing note values. I think, and we try to see how fast we can push it. But I think what we have to do is slow it way the fuck down. And so we can start mixing note values, going from whole notes, half notes, quarter notes, eighth notes, all of that.
Can we
But in order to reach those higher speeds, we have to start much slower and then speed it up from there. And so you could say that starting from like doing the eighth notes at 80 is similar to doing like normal speed at like whatever, like 360 or something. Like one, but it's better to put it in the context of mixing note values from a slower speed.
I've often spoken about this. People ask the
So there is some sloppiness that we gotta try to work on. So let's try to systematize this. How about we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, So let's try doing this up here beyond the 12.
You can't use your mechanical eye, naked eye, or even a microscope and see some kind of pattern. In that side won't work. The same thing is when we explore
Very sloppy, so let's slow it down.
three. You need tools that are commensurate to what it is that you want to experience. So we say, I don't see love. I don't hear it. I can't smell it. I can't taste it, touch it. I can't taste it. Those are not the senses of love. Love can express itself through senses. But love is not defined by the senses. You need other tools. What are the tools? You need love in your heart. Love sees love. Love is touched by love. And the same is with any reality.
Alright, let's do a couple runs on some of these variations. We're getting lazy with this, making mistakes. Let's play. So we're playing at 80, but we're going double speed, which is 160. But let's just do single notes. We'll mix note values. So we'll go back and forth between 80 and 160. Let's try 4, 3, 1, 2. Not good. Speeding up too fast. So just think about this. If double speed of 180 is 160, we're trying to play it at 320 when we speed up like that.
But it's not something we're actually encouraged to pursue.
So around 300 is our limit for some of these variations.
But it's something that we must pursue.
Well, I don't know if it's our limit, but it's our limit in regards to playing with perfect form and not making mistakes.
You will be given everything you need to fulfill your
Let's try these other variations, 1 4 2 3 and 1 3 2 4.
Are you going to use it? You need to know exactly what was done previously and what was missing. Not necessarily. Just suffice it to say that whatever you encounter is part of the mission. And you can do whatever it takes to make sure it's done. In a way, you would argue that if you were told that you may give a certain opportunity to someone who's might ask you for a favor, you'll say, oh, that favor was already done the previous life. And we don't want to have that type of attitude. So once you're here, you have to maximize it. You can't say, maybe I'm only here to do one good deed, one charitable act. You're here now to do everything. But the real driving purpose why you're here is to finish up a certain job. And that job can be also a large job. All this is absolutely necessary to achieve the goal. But we do know that it's part of the journey. And there's a certain good thing not having to know all the information. It's the ability of recognizing that you are part of the purpose fulfillment. So this is our part. You have the gift because you are indispensable.
Alright, let's try doing that and
Job
mixing
returned,
note
no value.
values.
That's why your soul returned.
So we'll go 80 and then we'll do double
So
speed,
you
which
could
is
say,
160.
using the analogy of electricity and appliance, that the soul is similar to electricity and a battery. The electricity in an appliance is very passive and dispassionate and indifferent to what happens inside the appliance. Variable dimensions that you can imagine. In the case of the soul, this is what you're saying. When you do a good deed, one soul misses. When you do a loving gesture,
was 320 at the end.
Harm the body and so on.
What's the tune up?
So the soul has a message by being kind. On the other hand, the soul, because you exercise a spiritual muscle called kindness. So the soul is more than just a life force.
All right.
The experiences that it experiences.
Let's go back to that.
Memories not just as a memory, it's so-called memory banks. And it defines the soul's journey as it continues on. Both in satisfying, giving deep pleasure, actualization of the soul when it does fulfill its part of the mission, and also the pain, and the fact that the deprivation.
All right, and one last variation of this style. Let's do 1, 3, 2, 4. Not good. Not good. sloppy there towards the end, but that was pretty good spider walk practice. I think that was pretty solid. Let's try doing like the Cthulhu thing for a couple runs, and then we'll do the metal shape and we'll move on to triads and mess around with different vertical triads. And I think we'll go into some 4-note arpeggio jammy stuff for a little bit. Alright, let's just try figuring out how we can mix note values on this one. So I basically never descend on that one. I only ascend because the descending is very awkward. But if we try and do it anyways, it's probably useful practice. So let's try doing a descending run as well. So I think what we're going to be focusing on is just taking the exercises we already know and slowing them way down, and then holding ourselves to a high standard to make sure we do them with good form. So let's get on to the metal shape one. So now we can make it all the way down to the first fret with that metal shape. Reliably every time. And so that is a realm of improvement there. That being said, I still think we need to do a ton of work on the technique there. So we'll continue to work on that one. Yeah, maybe I'll just mess around on that kind of loosely like I have been. And we'll just try to be in the 7 to 12 area where I think we can do it pretty reliably, but it's still a decent stretch. Alright, let's move on. We can try doing the hammer-ons and pull-offs one. I think that's a pretty good idea. So we'll mess around on that for just a little bit. Here, let's shake out our hands because we've built up some. Whenever we do that the metal stretchy shape thing, always accumulate some, I don't know, is it lactic acid? Is that what it is? Something like that. Just shake it till, shake it out, shake it out. Everybody's favorite Tay Tay song. How old is that song? Am I dating myself? Let me find out. That shit was released in 2014. I think of that as like, that's like a modern song, right? Like.
Talk about equality. Equality is another one of those buzzwords that you hear very often. Many articles, opinions, arguments. We're all equal, but we're not being treated equally. And people are demanding equal rights. You know, the foundation, the cornerstone of this country, you could say of the modern Western world, is that line that we hold these truths self-evident. All men are created equal, and as such have inalienable rights endowed upon them by the Creator. All men. I would maybe amend that so people
Okay.
understand all people.
Let's do, what are we going to do now? Hammer-ons and pull-offs, that's right. We'll do that real quick, and then we'll go into triads.
The fact is, if you look around and we see people are not equal. There are people who are as a boss, employer, and employee. The wealthy, the less wealthy. There are people in power, people with less power. There are people with leadership qualities, people who have less leadership qualities. Some people more intelligent than others. We do see the concept, I don't want to use the word superiority because I don't think it's a proper word, but we do see people with superior qualities. And we are not all equal, technically speaking.
as you can hear,
some rights.
my pull-offs are significantly less
Or the church
um,
leaders, or other religious leaders.
tight. I don't know what you would call them, less good than my hammer-ons.
And the idea
They're
of
very
that
arrhythmic.
for the people
They don't
who
ring out very well.
exist. So relatively, it's less
You
than
can get them
4%.
right, but they're definitely not as well trained.
Shaolin lied.
And so I'm gonna try playing them really slowly,
China
over and over
after
again.
Mao Zedong died. So when the Western journalists first spoke to him, because when Nixon traveled to China, early 70s, it was the first time he had access to the Chinese culture. And they asked him, what does he think about the American Revolution? And his answer was classic. He said, it's too early to tell. Because remember, the Chinese are here for several thousand years. What's 250 years? And then it was not even 200 years. It was less than 200 years. To get into what the Chinese culture and Chinese government style is better.
Alright, that seems like a good exercise. We try to mix the note values. We go one, da, 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 but it's very difficult because, as I've stated, my pull-offs are not good. So
The foundation still holds.
we might even need to go slower. We'll try 60.
Full of old creeds and cultures. Include also the Jewish people. I speak for myself and my people. So I'm really speaking in a universal manner. This became a haven, especially after the history that we've gone through. So we have to acknowledge that. And that allowed people to grow, thrive, and prosper. It doesn't say anywhere in the Declaration of Independence that they're building an institution or building a government in order to make a lot of money.
Fuck, man.
Their wisdom, the founding fathers understood that if you want prosperity and success, you have to first give people freedom. You have to let them spread their wings. If you control them, the controller is in control. But at the end of the day, you're not really allowing people to blossom. At the same time, you have to have checks and balances, or else you'll have anarchy. If freedom is completely unbridled, because what happens if my freedom conflicts with yours? So just like we need red lights and green lights, we need checks and balances to make sure that's why there is law and order. Again, the system is far from perfect, but its principle is based on a very sound principle. And it goes back actually to the Bible itself that says all human beings, every human being, starting from Adam and Eve, are created in the divine image. That's another way of saying all people are created equal. Because if you're created in the divine image, there's no one that has less of a divine image than someone else. And this is a critical concept. I've thought about this many times. I even asked some legal constitutional scholars and lawyers, if there's such a fundamental separation of church and state in this country, why did the founding fathers put in the word that creator, endowed by the creator, twice or three times that they use that word? They could have easily written all men are born equal. All men are equal. Why the word creator? Which suggests a creator, that suggests states are created. So even though it wasn't given them, whether they were deists, not necessarily religious, but the idea that a creator was given even Thomas Paine, even more less believers among the founding fathers also accepted that God could be a creator. But there's something more here. They could have easily written or argued. I've never found an absolute answer to this. My theory is, and whether they knew it or not again, but it definitely works, is because it was the only way to guarantee that equality.
See how sloppy they are?
Because if
It's
you say
terrible.
born equal, someone can come and say, one second, not everybody's born equal. Some are more equal than others. But if it's endowed by the Creator, and none of us are the Creator, it's a power and a right from a birthright from a higher place. And that we're all subject to, black or white, Jew, Christian or Muslim, or Buddhist, or non-believer, or an atheist, everybody. I said, white, black, Hispanic, doesn't matter what culture, doesn't matter what color or creed. The Creator created every human being on earth. So though our parents
Hammer-ons are on point.
the seed of a father,
Pull-offs are not on
egg
point.
of a mother, and the mother carries the child. But we all know that it needs a third party, which is the Creator, to make sure that life is born and is sustained. And this is
can almost kind of feel what's wrong with
is
them.
universal. And it guarantees
Like to
that
feel it, like I just need to have like a little more precision on the, like, it's like I have to get my fingers below where they need to be quicker, and they need to be more precise and accurate, like the more on the tips of the finger. So the more on the tip of the finger it is, the more precise it needs to be.
The way we exist is that we are different. This creator could have created human beings exactly clones, but we're not clones. Even children of parents who have the biological genes and DNA of their parents, and there are many similarities, have differences. There's no one that's exact equal. Even identical twins are not identical in the technical sense of the word. They may appear that way.
It's almost like, it's crazy, because it's almost like it has to be like right
Personality,
up below the fingernail. Like it's so much higher up on the finger than you normally need it. Like
but the point
normally you can kind of like put it here.
faces are not
See what I'm saying?
their thought process and their
But for this, you need them like
ideas are
way the fuck up.
So even though we may be 99% have something in common, we have enough to differentiate, or else we would all be clones and we would not have any arguments. And this is part of the beauty, because equality is not the absence of diversity, and diversity is not the absence of equality.
And I think I can train myself to do that. It's just gonna take some time to kind of get used to it,
That
because the muscle memory
is the
isn't
opposite
there.
of equality, as we'll talk about in a moment. So look at existence. We have a fundamental paradox that we don't even pay attention to. It's such a given. On one hand, look at nature. Let's start with nature. Nature, fascinating. How many different species are in there? Billions of species. And within each species, billions of creatures. And I'm
We
talking
almost
about
gotta
the
arch our
minimal
fingers
world,
more than we really gotta do for any other technique, it feels like.
in the world, the animal world and the human kingdom, the human world. And I'm not just talking about on Earth, I'm talking about on all planets, all universes, all solar systems, and beyond. And yet, they all work together in this miraculous, I would say, synchronicity. Are there collisions? Yes, there are collisions. But overall, just look at
See, and it's like you
our
wanna do it flat, but you can't,
summer,
or else it's not gonna be good.
spring, autumn, summer rather, autumn, winter, spring. They're like a clockwork. Our
And
creatures
I feel like I'm getting
react
new
to
muscles in my fingers
whether
again.
it's a bee,
As I try to adjust it, it's like I'm getting new muscles in my fingers.
give and take. And this is also true for the human body. We have close to between 35 and 75 trillion cells within us. Thousands, tens of thousands of components, limbs, organs. A healthy human being is born, it all works together.
But I think
Arm,
good pull-off
hand and
technique
eye coordination.
is
Even
fucking massive.
simple things like breathing.
If I could like train my fingers to just kind of move in a slightly different way, that would have a massive, massive result.
Chaos or death. So you have here, is this called equality or not?
So we'll loop our way back to hammer-ons and pull-offs when we get to legato. Let's work on triads real
Answer
quick,
is each one
and the
has to
vertical
do its
triads.
job,
And we can
and
throw
when
in a
it
little
does
bit
its
of
job,
hammer-ons and
it's
pull-offs
equally
on the vertical
important as others.
triads.
So equality does not mean sameness.
So let's do B major.
Equality means that each one is equally valuable. When you say every human being is already in the or all men are created equal, I'm not saying they're all equal and they all look alike, they all act alike, they all think alike. It means they're equal in their unique role. And they're not only equal, they're indispensable. And it goes further. They each need each other equally. So even if you have a person who's the head of a corporation and another person who's working for him, of course, technically he could abuse him, and we'll talk about free will shortly. But their roles are equal. They're both necessary. And they both appreciate that their equality, their uniqueness, I should say, comes from a higher place, created. All men are created equal, all people are created equal. Then they will have the humility and the bittul, the word I use often,
here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try to find a way to merge the arpeggio shapes so that they can be in one sort of 4-finger box area, right?
As it works its way down, the teeth have now
So we're gonna take the bottom of this arpeggio, these two notes, and combine it with this E major arpeggio. Well, it's not E major, but you get what I'm saying, the E major shape.
each part of the body.
So this is like the G major shape, and then this is the E major shape. And we can combine them, and so that we can get it in a nice, clean little arpeggio that we can play.
Everything is doing its job. An unbelievable machine. As the food goes down the gullet, I should have mentioned, the windpipe has to not allow itself to be functioning, meaning it has to close up, or the food goes down into the food pipe, not the other way around. Everything is coordinated. If it's not, that we call illness, disease, infection, problem, an aberration. So they're all equal, and they're all equally harmonious. Think of an orchestra. You could have an orchestra of 100-piece orchestra. Different instruments, different musicians. Each plays their part, but together they create a beautiful symphony. Beautiful music. Music itself, musical notes. All kinds of diverse notes. Each one necessary. The classic words of Mozart when he told the Archduke of Austria, who thought he was a music connoisseur. He said Mozart, when he heard his first opera or symphony, Mozart, beautiful music, but far too many notes. And Mozart reportedly responded, yes, Your Majesty, but not one more than necessary. That's the world in which we live. And we start seeing it when we tell it. Growing up, we were told in school, in science classes, every part of the body, millions and billions of parts and thousands of different components, is necessary. The only thing they haven't figured out was the purpose of the wisdom teeth and of the appendix. Tonsils as well. So meanwhile, when you think about it, remember, I raised my hand and said the question, so does that mean that actually reaching that anomaly? So obviously the answer is simple. If you see billions of parts all working perfectly, and three, we don't know what that means or what their function is. Most likely it's the other way around. That they also have a function, we don't even know what that is. If it was billions that we have no idea what their function is, and there are three that we do know, it's a different story. And then that's what happened. We discovered the tonsils, my tonsils, as many of us, we were baby boys, in the 50s, 60s, until they realized that tonsils do have a function. I think the appendix was also discovered with the wisdom teeth. Not sure. Probably theories about it. But the point I want to make is that it's a multitude of diversity while it's all working together. So equality is a far deeper and more profound and complex word than it sounds. It's not everything is equal. Everything is different, but they're all equal in value. And that's a key thing to remember, because psychologically now, and here's where we'll address the question, is equality a good thing? Psychologically,
So you hear that? We studied the vertical triads, and now we can predict notes within the arpeggios and triads with far greater accuracy. Far greater accuracy.
and you have that uniqueness, what do you think is going to happen? I'll be jealous of you. I'll try to take what you have. I may determine that what you have belongs to me. So the understanding that equality doesn't mean I need to be you. Equality means I need to be me, and you need to be you. That's equality. And the more you value yourself,
So now we know if there's a 2 gap, what follows is a 4 gap.
differently
If
than
there's a
someone
4
else,
gap,
that difference doesn't make you less equal.
what follows is a 3 gap. And what follows a 3 gap is a 2 gap. What follows a 2 gap is a 4 gap.
Person is more valuable than I. That may be the perception in the superficial world in which we live, in the false world in which we live. There's someone more intelligent than me. That means that person is more equal.
And then
No.
we also can tell
Other qualities. You may have
that the
quality,
4 gap
you will have a quality that other person
goes
doesn't.
into the G shape,
So
the G/A shape,
this concept, when you define what equality really is.
and then the 3
So
gap
it's probably a
shape
good thing. It depends how you define it.
that goes
If you
into
define it in a
the
superficial,
C
commercial,
shape, or the E major shape.
surface level way, then it's meaningless. And it could even be
two gap goes into the C/D shape.
Who are we? And that's both in the sexual identity or other forms of identity. It all comes down to, do you know in your heart of hearts and soul of souls that you were created in the divine image? And that's all that is necessary. Now discover what that image looks like, what shape and form it's taking, what uniqueness it's taking. And the people who are confident and secure and comfortable in their own skin are the ones that are the easiest to coexist and cooperate with others. Because if I know what I am, it'll be easier for me to work with you. If I don't know who I am, and I think that you may be me, or you may be taking something from me, or someone else, what do you think is going to happen? If the heart and the mind, or the liver or the lungs, or all the examples I gave earlier, which one decides? 1 second.
And so let's just do those vertical triads really quickly. But then what we're going to do is we're going to mess around with throwing in like a seventh.
Death. So it's critical to understand that equality and diversity go hand in hand.
See how quick that is
And
now?
true equality is discovering who you are. And you have that total direct connection without any intermediaries to the divine itself, to eternity and infinity itself, as manifested in the diversity of existence, including your unique personality and identity. And that's the most fascinating part of it all when you think about it. So the mystics, especially in the Hasidic texts, talk about this at length. How does a seamless, shapeless, omnipresent unity, singularity, manifest in such infinite multitude diversity? And the answer is because unity is not one versus. It's not a unity and the absence of which, or rather to say, it's a unity that contradicts the concept of diversity. That's when you say one is not two, two is not three, three is not four. But if it's a fundamental cosmic unity, a unity in quality that's not defined by one or two, it's a unity that transcends singularity and transcends diversity. So then it can translate, that oneness can translate into so many different ways, can channel into so many different ways, and they're all part of oneness. When we say, I am I, we're basically saying it's not I'm a composite of some of the parts of my body parts, my organs, my limbs, my cells, my DNA, my genes, and so on. You're one unit that expresses itself. You have your arms, you have your legs, you have your brain, your mind, your heart, and so on. And the same is true on a cosmic level, the spiritual level. That the diversity is not a contradiction to unity. That would be if you have one and not many. But we're talking about something else, harmony within diversity coming from a place that's beyond the single and beyond the multiple. And as such, it joins them together. That is true equality. That sense of equality is not just a good thing, it's a necessary thing. So actually, equality means diversity. But a diversity that each piece is equally valuable and equally necessary and equally indispensable. Imagine each of us having that attitude. And I'll conclude with the words of the Kotzker Rebbe, Menachem Mendel Kotzker, which so aptly
There you
captures
go.
this idea.
So then what
says,
happens?
"I
So
am
we
I,
got this.
because
This
you are
is 1, 3, 5. What happens if we throw in this?
But if I am I because I am I, and you are you because you are you,
That's a -7, which makes it into a dominant 7 chord.
in simple pedestrian language, it means that if my identity is defined in proximity to yours, which means I need to know where you are to know where I am, I will not really be me. I'll just be an extension of you. I may even say you're my enemy and I'm your enemy. That defines me. That's also not a definition coming from within, generated from within, it's coming from without. And if you do the same, then you also are not. But if I am I because I am I, because I know I have a unique personality, though it's has many things in common with others, but I know that, and I know it in the depths of my spirit, my consciousness, my psyche, then I am I. And if you do the same, then you are you. And then we can come together in a complete way. which
This
is
rabbi just dead ass said, I am I. I know that I am I. What is he, a Rasta? And I survive, conquering lion of Jahuha.
Every person wants to be more productive. But the key to productivity is not just being more organized, scheduling, prioritizing deadlines. It's about laying out a plan that begins with a vision and ends with a final product that's aligned with that vision and all the steps in between. When you learn the system, it not only teaches you how to be more productive, but also helps you actualize your deepest potential. These 4 steps will help you become a far better and greater person. So anything in this world that you want to build, that you want to produce, requires steps. And if you don't do those steps correctly, at some point it will give or it will be compromised. So there's a fascinating model, Kabbalistic model. It's called the 4 worlds. But the word worlds is a little misleading. It's not 4 planets, it's not 4 universes, it's 4 dimensions. I would call them 4 steps.
So here's what we gotta do. Let me lower the volume on this for a second.
That we can emulate.
In order to get good at these complicated 4-note arpeggios, what we need to be able to do is to see the simple 3-note arpeggio triads within them, and then to see where the extra note comes in. And so there's things that we've learned that have distracted us that are useful to learn. So for instance, we learned this 2-note per string arpeggio system, right? So if what we can do is go, this is a minor 7, so we can go. Now it's good to know that little thing, but I think it'd be easier to capitalize on that, and it'd also give us a solid basis if we try to see the original triads in arpeggios and then see where the extra note comes in relation to that shape. So let's do this. We want to add a minor 7 to that. So what we could do is take this combined shape we have and then throw it in there. So we got this. And we throw in this. And we throw in this. There you go. That's a dominant 7 arpeggio in a neat little box. So we got this. Yeah. So the way we could think about it is that we add a note a half or a whole step down from the octave. That's the minor 7. And so we can have that little slide in. And that exists right in the middle of our shape. So then if we want to add it to the shape below that. So what we need to start doing too is think about the vertical triads for the 4-note arpeggios. And then we could basically do the same thing. So it's the same triad shapes, right? So we got this. You go 4, 3, 4, 2, or 3, 2, 4, 3, 2, 4. But then we put a note in between the 4 one, right? So it's still this, it's still this, but then we got this. Man, if we could just, holy fucking shit. If we can master the vertical triads for the 4-note arpeggios, that is the key. That's the key. We just need to see those intervallic relationships. And you need to see them all across the fretboard. Holy fucking shit, dude. We gotta practice that right fucking now. So for the dominant arpeggio, it's going to be a 3-gap, a 2-gap, a 2-gap, and then a whole step. And so if you understand that, that's basically as useful as when you understand that a major scale is whole step, half step, whole step, whole step, whole step, half step. You can apply that knowledge in the same way. So if you get lost when you're playing in the arpeggio, if you remember the intervallic relationships, then you can kind of just play anyways until you remember the shape and figure out where you were.
And how do I contribute to that? I try to use my communication skills, my writing skills, my people skills to convey that message, to empower. Exactly what I'm doing right now. So there's a vision.
So let's do that then. We've been practicing the vertical triads on the 3-note arpeggios. Let's start practicing on the 4-note arpeggios as well. And we'll do that every day. We'll pick maybe we'll do another arpeggio or a couple. We'll mess around on a couple arpeggios a day, and just try to ingrain all of that knowledge, just like osmosis. Because for me, I've ingrained the modes. Like the modes compared to the arpeggios, they should be harder, I think, right? But I got those super fucking like ridiculously ingrained into my muscle memory and my everything, right? And so if I'm playing modally, like I don't get lost. right? So if I can learn
It may be
the intervallic relationships between the 4-note arpeggios at the risk of repeating it like 5 times or however many fucking times I've said it, that would be a key to some unlocking a lot of extra fluidity within my plan. So let's just go through that B7 dominant 7 we've been doing. And that's great because then we can just layer that on top of other little relationships between arpeggios we already know, like the two note per string thing where it does that diagonal. Right? And those ideas layer on top of each other. Obviously that can be polished up a little bit. As well as the 2-1-2. So let's try, I'll return to the vertical arpeggio in a second, but I want to see what the 2-1-2, how that layers on top of this, right? So. So a lot of the times the 2-1-2 is not the cleanest way you can do it. Like that is not 2 1 2. This is 1 2 2 1 2 2. And so, but that's like way cleaner than the 2 1 2 for that one. But then there are some times where the 2 1 2 works perfectly. So let's try playing the 2 1 2 like this, where we start on a 2 2 2 1. So that the 2 1 2 doesn't work well with the C7. I gotta take a quick piss.
Very many times I see when mistakes are made, very often it's in step number 2. Obviously, the most obvious mistake is step number 1, when vision is not clear or not there in the first place. You begin building without having that vision. But the second most common mistake is the outline is not well done, which will then cause that when you start breaking details, you're going to see, 1 second, maybe step A should be placed at step B. Think of it as a speaker who's going to speak. They may be conveying all the great ideas, but they're not organized, which means everything that you need is said, but it's not structured properly. So it's confusing. You want to make sure, and I'm going to give an example, you want to make sure that your outline is really well structured. So if you're going to build a house, I'm not talking about the physical structure right now, I'm talking about the blueprint. So you want to know where the living room is, where the dining room is, where's the kitchen, where are the bedrooms, where are the playrooms, where are the other rooms. You don't necessarily have to know all the details, but you need to know generally where they are. If you don't have that spelled out, you can have the vision, you can then build all the details, but then you'll be missing, say, in a second, maybe the living room belongs here. That's in the structure of a building. You're writing a book. Before you even write chapters, you want to have not only chapter headings, you want to have section headings. I'll give an example from my book, Toward a Meaning for Life. And I remember vividly the experience of taking something from the abstract vision and then this first step of implementation, outline. So I remember struggling, how is the structure of the book going to be presented? I knew what I wanted to convey. I wanted to convey a spiritual perspective.
Alright. This is pretty good. We're on some good territory right now.
The Rebbe, which is really the lens of 90 generations
So,
of authority in the universal way for all.
let's play a clean B7 arpeggio. And then let's do the vertical triads. Try to descend to the next string. Alright, here's an interesting question, and I don't want to get sidetracked over this. But what would be the utility of the 1 note per string for 4-note arpeggios? Because obviously, for our regular arpeggios created from the triads and their inversions, those are, for the most part, 1 note per string, right? And then we can have these little accenting areas, right? when we do a 4-note per string, it's like a clean diagonal downwards, right?
Chapter for a moment. The social and social things, like things like responsibility, government, technology, and responsibility. And then the theological theme of faith, God, good
Like
and
we
evil.
can't even fit all of that.
The
So I
person
think
is
what we
chapter
gotta do
four.
is just
They are
stick to the
disorder, body and soul.
original triads, but then play but you don't play the extra note in the original.
Childhood,
Let me figure out a better way to phrase this.
education, youth,
Okay, so we're trying to find these vertical triads, right?
work and
And the way we do that is we take one of these regular triad shapes. Well, it's not a triad actually. If we're doing it for the 4-note arpeggio, then it's not a triad. We're trying to find the vertical relationships between the 4-note arpeggios.
can't explain it.
But the way I'm doing that is I'm descending the triad shape and then start ascending and descending with the vertical intervallic relationships, right?
In bucket number.
But if we were to maintain that with using the 4-note arpeggio,
So in each project,
then when we go to the 4th note thing, it's going to descend too much.
you want to create
And so it's better to stay
different projects.
on the regular triad that exists within the 4-note arpeggio
It's a general outline
and work from there.
to begin to break it down into details, but not into such
All right, that makes complete sense.
details that
That's I probably didn't phrase that the best optimum way, but that is a rational thing.
Six chapters, another 7 chapters, then a total for 30, ultimately 31 chapters. Now, of course, chapters are also part of the outline, but that's the subcategories, right? Subcategories, each one had. If you look at it as an outline, like indent tab, so now you have 3 main categories that you have. Chapters for each one, and you haven't even writing chapters. Now, of course, in the process of working, I played around with it. I may have changed some titles of chapters. I may have encompassed 2 chapters. That goes without saying that it's going to happen as you continue to produce it. But you want to begin with this type of structure. Of course, it's the long, short road, which means it forces you to take your ideas and whatever concept and turn it into something that can be presented. That's why in a business plan, you don't just have a whole bunch of pages. You have sections. Let's begin with the vision. Let's begin with a general summary. And then you start spelling out the needs, target audience. That's all outline. Now those that have experience, all these outlines in the back of their head, if you go to a business plan already, they will tell
All right,
you
getting
the outline.
distracted.
Now let's do it. You go online, say, give me a business plan. Who's going to write the business plan for you with specific details? But what you will have is you will have a outline. Because every business plan needs to have a mission statement that you can decide. You still think about the needs. You have to have who's the target audience, who's the competition. Best case scenario, worst case scenario. What's the production plan? What's the tactical plan? What's the marketing plan? The budget. You're missing any of all those items, the whole thing will not stand properly. You're building a home needs to have, as I mentioned earlier, things that are necessary. And there are things that are optional. So the outline becomes the bridge between vision and puzzle. But it's called Bria because Bria in Hebrew means to create something. The next third step is what we call series, means to shape something. To create or shape is not the same thing. Create means
But
basic
all right, we'll drill those relationships in over time.
the basic structure.
We kind of already have it pretty good, but it's going to take a little bit to have them really, really ingrained. So that was the dominant 7 arpeggio.
Follows the outline, not the other way around.
We'll switch to minor,
None of us are going to be perfect.
and then we'll work on the basic minor triad, vertical triads,
And say, you know what?
and then we'll switch to like probably a minor 7.
It's not clear. I was just advising someone who wants to write a book about their family. They're saying, where do I begin? So I said, the first place you begin, make a document and just outline it by decades. When do you want to begin the story? And even that
We'll do E flat minor.
Should I begin with my parents, my grandparents, or great grandparents? So wherever the point is, begin, let's say it's the year 1800. So 1800, 1810, 1820, 1830. If you want larger spans, make it 1800, 1850, 1900. And then whatever information you find, put it into that bucket, into that file. That's a file. And it could be digital. And just that structure alone creates so much calm. Because not anything comes your way, you just dump it in there. We're not even talking about organizing within that structure, but once you have that, you already have something instead of getting all the data information, the interviews, the pictures, the documents that you'll need to do this. You now have a place to put them. Now you're going to go to each section and then start organizing it further. So that was the first step, was creating an outline of, in this case, a chronology. But it all depends again on the project. If it's something involving, let's say, with your children, you want to create a strategic plan, especially these days, with children at home. So you can do schooling, play, and entertainment. Socializing with friends, family time, going out. Once you create that, things become organized. But I want to make a key point here. This is not about going too square, where you get so stuck in structures and you lose the spontaneity and adventure of it all. Keep that in mind. The structure is there in order to organize. It's not in order to limit and confine. So there we have step number 2. Atzilus, vision, and now outline. Let's talk about it a little deeper. There's an expression that says, he created darkness and he shaped light.
Yeah, I'm really happy with our progress on the triads and the arpeggios and all of that. I'm pretty happy with it.
Because when you have a raw piece of material,
We are not there yet, but we've certainly made massive improvement.
general terms, you can't call it yet shaped. Light, darkness. It's not just that it's dark. It also means it's not yet clear what the structure is. You ever see a construction site? So they all come in a certain way. Obviously, their size may be different. And if you're a trained eye, you maybe could see the difference. But they all have certain basics. You see the foundation being built. You see the outline, you see the girders, the beams, all the cranes and everything that's there. It's a construction site. It'll take time till you begin to see what this building is going to look like. Now, those that are following the blueprint know exactly where they want to go. But at that stage, the outline stage, it's still shrouded, we call it, in a certain darkness. Because it's still a general outline. I understand, when it comes to a book, it's not exactly that way, because you do see something. But relatively speaking, the level of step 3 is going to be called light. Because then you start really seeing the detailed shape of something. Whenever you see whether it's a potter or someone who creates ornaments out of gold or other precious metals, the first stage, it looks very similar. Because they're just beginning the stage of, they're beginning the process of shaping. Not really shaping it. The first thing is to create that general shape before they go and create the specifics. So in the language of the Kabbalists is, therefore, this is called darkness.
All right,
Light.
now let's work on these vertical triads.
It means that before you get to a specific illuminated detail, you want to have a more general structure. Now, when you think of it that way, what does that tell us in the context of the cosmic level? The cosmic level, it talks about Atzilus, step 1 as being a vision. A vision does not yet have substance. Yes, of course, you can articulate it, you can write it down, but in
chose a weird position to do these whatevers, but it's good. The weirder the position, the more used you are to practicing it in an odd key or whatever the fuck.
Is about to enter this new body in the moment of conception. If you want to speak from the perspective of parents, the child may envision, which may not be accurate, but at least there's a vision for it. So vision is not yet the moment of conception. And then, after intimacy between husband and wife, in a sacred way, what happens next? If it's blessed, the seed will fertilize the egg, and a new cell. For 18 hours, the cell will not split. But this cell has everything that this child will be, in a concentrated form, in a very concentrated form, minuscule, like a seed, exactly like that. In this case, an egg that's fertilized by a seed, like a seed in the ground, an apple seed. You look at it, it's a little seed, but you allow it to grow. You nurture it, what happens? It will develop into a mighty apple tree. If that matter, any type of tree. The same thing here. This cell, this concentrated cell, now will split, and then split again, and split again. And if you watch the development and the gestation of the fetus, through its stages, first trimester, second trimester, third trimester, you actually will see the development. Today we have the technology, the wonder of the development of the embryo from its earliest stage all the way to a full-blown healthy child born approximately 9 months ago. So we have with our very eyes, even though you need technology, you don't see it physically, and it takes the time that it takes. We actually have seen the process from vision to conception to step 2. What does it look like? It looks like, it doesn't make details. There's no arms and legs, there's no head or heart.
That sounds cool. What is this now?
In the next few months, that will begin to discern the shape and form of his body. That's how it is.
Guess that's a
Now,
major
that
7.
tells you something. That tells you that's the healthy process of how something develops. Applying that to us teaches us.
Alright, we'll try that. That's called a minor major 7 arpeggio. We'll do that in a second. That's a weird one. But it works over harmonic minor.
That depends on the project.
But let's do the vertical triads first. We're having trouble with the minor vertical triads. Like, we're getting them, but we're not doing them with good precision.
Structure, which will then be the general outline. Like in the case of the fetus, the head, and then emerging the organs begin to develop and emerge until it all becomes a full-shape body. Wake up by the third trimester. You see the child
See, I really like that note. It's just one half step below the octave, right? Or the root. That's a very sinister sound. But let's not get distracted with that. Alright, so let's turn that into a minor major arpeggio.
Concept and comprehension. In many ways, it's like Atzila Samria, which is vision or outline. I know you may be familiar that Bina is more than just outline and breaks it into details. But I'm talking about relatively speaking. So Chachma is maintains preserves the integrity, reality check. And Bina begins to lay it out. In order to be able to have the comprehension, you have to somewhat pause. Or a better way of putting it is lower the volume of the intensity and the passion of the vision. And hence the partition,
And so that,
which can be
for
translated
that
to
one,
have
the
a second
2-1-2 system works perfectly.
Your vision.
So this is 2,
I'd like you to lay out
1, whoops,
outline,
2,
structure, how
1,
you get it done, which will begin with an outline.
2,
Or the partition
1,
could be within yourself. The need
2,
to now move from vision to
1.
action, which begins with outline. I've experienced this many times. Getting caught up in the vision is very difficult sometimes to restrain yourself and to limit yourself into the outline, because the first thing you start saying to yourself, well, but why this outline, maybe another outline. You can drive yourself nuts just trying to figure out which way to implement. And that's why you need someone who's maybe a little more distant from the passionate vision, who can be more practical about it. Secondly, the vision itself doesn't lend itself to specifics. You're dreaming about what your dream home is going to look like, or the end of your book, what kind of book it's going to be for the reader. It's hard to look in that when you're thinking in that sense, in that state of mind, think about the specific sections or chapters. And there are other factors that need to be somewhat mitigated, somewhat quieted down as you move from vision to outline, which also is a critical component in appreciating these steps. So to sum up, we're talking about a 4-step process based on the Kabbalistic model of building something, creating something, producing, from abstract concept all the way to a final product. And this impacts every aspect of our lives, no matter what it is that you're building, or writing, or composing. And it also creates order in your own life, even on a daily basis. When you wake up in the morning, you should have a vision for your day. Talk about a more specific vision. Then you begin to outline it, and then you begin to implement it to the details until you have a final product. So we've covered step 2. It's step 2 called outline. As I suggested in part 1 of this course, take out a journal and have a second section called, talk about organization, called after vision. You lay out your vision. Here's your outline. And don't be afraid to use a pencil or if you're doing it on a computer. And you can change, you can shift. Nothing is etched in stone. But what you're doing is creating the very basic element for the proper journey. Like any good journey, you want to lay out the steps. So we've done step number 2, outline. Now, in this step 3 of this course, we'll be addressing the next logical step, and that is shaping the outline. So we will be addressing how you shape the details. You know, there's the expression, God is in the details. Some say the devil's in the details. But depending when you look at it, to know whether something is good or something won't work, because those are the two expressions. So details matter. But details cannot be the beginning of a process. If you begin with a detail and move from the detail to the overall picture, something's wrong. You want to go from outline to detail.
Alright, so let's check out the vertical triads for that thing.
First, you want the general skeleton of the infrastructure that it is you're creating, and then you want to flesh it out. And all that is driven by the vision. So the eloquence of this is amazing.
So the way that one works
Vision
is that it
informs
was
steps.
2,
The outline
3, 4.
begins to create
Now it
proper
is
structure,
2,
and
3,
now
3,
how do you
1.
shape that in a way that's aligned with the outline, which is aligned with the vision, but now is taking on shape and form. So, if you recall, the last part 2, we talked about outline. For example, let's say you're writing an outline for an article, for a book. You know, you don't begin writing every line, every word. First, you begin with the sections. And sections remove all the chapters, and the chapters then break down further subcategories, subcategories, subcategories. That's an outline. So the outline is now we have a skeleton. But why can't we stop right here? Because you still don't have a product. What you have is the vision and you have an outline. Now you want to start filling it in. But here's the beautiful part. When the details of shape follow the outline, they begin to really become exquisite. If they don't, they can actually become chaotic to the point of actually undermining the entire project. That is why it's vital to go in this order. So once you have an outline, which is basically
Alright, we're getting too much into the weeds over this. Let's move on to like some picking and rhythm exercises.
to do this, we need to be very
So,
meticulous.
I think
Very
here's what we
meticulous.
got on the list
When it
here.
comes to shape,
Legato, sweep picking,
component here is that
alternate picking,
every
economy
component is
picking.
measured exactly.
That's what I think we should really focus on,
Let's begin
and then we
with
can move
sense
into
of
some
vision
rhythm stuff.
of
But I think to warm up, actually, I'm gonna do some rhythm stuff. I'm gonna do like the whole steps, the whole notes, half notes, quarter notes, all of that shit, triplets. I'm just gonna bang that out real quickly at 60.
So the next step, of course, is to begin the main structure. But now we want that structure to begin to become a component. So I use the example now of something that's close to me, learning on the job. So let me take that as an example. So there, if you recall the word of outline. Outline was the sections of the book. They were personal to personal.
I'm just gonna close my So
model in a magazine.
there's gotta be a name for like those rhythms where like it kind of goes off beat for a second.
Emotional relationship
Like instead of being it's like
is the second level. The third level
dun, dun,
is
dun, dun,
intellectual
dun, dun,
compatibility.
dun,
You can be
dun.
emotionally
You hear what I'm
attracted,
saying? Like,
socially connected, you might have
so let's say the beat is like,
chemistry, but the mind, the ideas,
rather than going
respect each
dun
other's
dun
ideas,
dun
you share
dun
ideas,
dun dun dun,
communicate and
rather than
learn
going
from each other.
dun 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 dun
As we shall see in
dun
a
dun
moment,
dun,
correspond to
perfectly
the
on beat,
feelings that we want to
it'll
talk
like
about.
speed up and slow down.
And
Dun
it
dun
comes
dun
formed
dun
under
dun
form
dun
of
dun dun dun
visionary
dun dun
compatibility,
dun
spiritual
dun dun dun
that you
dun
share
dun.
a vision
Is there a name for that?
of whole
Because I want to try to isolate that idea.
as a
Obviously, we had learned about in metal they have this thing called galloping, right? Da-dun, 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 or dun, da-dun, 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 da-dun. So that's very similar, galloping. But I think there has to be a like another name for it outside of the context of metal. Let's pause this rabbi dude. I don't even know what to search for. Advanced rhythms.
Do you sometimes need to record over 20 or 30 guitar takes until every single note lines up perfectly with the drums or with the metronome? Or did you always dream about flawlessly playing and composing complex riffs in odd meters or with odd note values like quintuplets, septuplets, or even polyrhythms? If these questions sparked some interest, you definitely clicked on the right video today, because I want to show you how you can easily move from a basic understanding of rhythm to more complex patterns without feeling completely lost or frustrated as soon as you come across things like this or like that.
So we're gonna go into this rhythm shit. This is 5 levels of rhythm complexity, easy to insane, by our boy Bernth. And then we're gonna go back to our like legato, sweep picking, alternate picking shit. And we're gonna do all of that really, really slow. And hopefully some of the rhythm shit we learn here is gonna help. Alright, so check this. He has like 5 little. Alright, so we have to try to read this and play along to the rhythm. And it's written in like notational music shit. You know what I mean? Add a little distortion, just a little bit, not a lot. I'm gonna bring it down. Just so we have a little bit of oomph. But basically, it's written in like musical notation. It's not tablature, and so we're reading like those music. We're reading music basically, but rather than reading notationally, we're reading kind of the rhythm of the music sheet. We have to try to follow along. Yeah, I want a little bit more distortion so we can get that chugga chugga sound. Bring the volume down.
Do you sometimes need to relax patterns? Really clicked on the, or like that?
Alright, so let's
just
try.
start with the
Let's try to follow
foundation
along.
with level number 1.
This is the easy one, and I'm having a lot of trouble with it. So I think that shows what my rhythm is at. try that again, because we fucked that up a lot.
Let's just start with the foundation with level number 1.
So my fingers are kind of seizing up a little bit. Let's do some of these stretches. I notice whenever we get into rhythm, that's the main area my fingers start to get a little fucky with. Because you're doing all of that carpal tunnel shit, the up and down real quick. Let's just give our fingers a little bit of a break. I'm going to try to get some more blood flow in there, because that's how you're supposed to do, because my fingers are cold. Shouldn't they be warm? Alright, let's just get some blood flow. Let's just shake our fingers out too, because I need that. Am I going to do the same Taylor Swift joke? Alright, so let's try this stretch here. Man, I don't think I'm doing them right anymore. I'm not getting that stretch. Man, that's annoying. There we go. There's the stretch. Oh fuck, man, hold that. Shit. Fucking shit. Holy crap. Oh. Oh. That feels incredible. Wow. Oh man. Needed that one. Yeah, I'm thinking of getting a gym membership. So then maybe we'll I don't know. Maybe that'll affect my stretches somehow. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Alright, let's do this metal, I don't know if it's metal even, but this rhythm exercise. Fuck it.
So let's
That
quickly
shit's so weird, bro.
start
I
with the
suck at
foundation
rhythm,
with level
bro.
number 1.
Fuck. Try that some
It
more.
looks, let's just start with the foundation with level number 1.
I need more rhythm vocabulary. We did it perfect.
So let's quickly talk about the rules of today's rhythm.
The rhythm rule book. Perfect.
As you could hear, I was accenting the beginning of every new group with an open note, followed by palm muted notes until the next group starts. This will make it much easier for you to understand the rhythms and to play perfectly in time, especially as soon as things get more complex further down the
Alright,
line.
so let's go back and listen to that without playing
Level
along.
number 1.
Alright, so at the beginning of every single one, of every new phrase, series of notes, he plays an open note. I just thought it was over the 2 notes. So let's try that
It's
again.
not as hard and
Let's see if
crazy
we
as
can
it
get this
looks.
right.
Let's just start with the foundation with level number 1.
Alright, let's do this. Alright. I hate rhythm.
So let's quickly talk about the rules of today's rhythm workouts. As you could hear, I was accenting the beginning of every new group with an open note, followed by palm muted notes until the next group starts. This will make it much easier for you to understand the rhythms and to play perfectly in time, especially as soon as things get more complex further down the line. And since this is all about timing and rhythm, I'm just working with the low open E string for all of today's
that was the easiest one of 5 levels.
examples to keep it as simple as possible. Similar to the very popular rhythm challenges you can find all over social media right now, I also added scrolling rhythmic notation on top of the examples, and the goal for you is to play them by reading the patterns. So this is not about actually learning those patterns by heart and just playing them from memory. You should always look at the notation in real time and actually read it to understand the note values that you're playing and all the groupings and small details. So now that we successfully went over today's rule book, level 1 is quite simple, and this is the foundation that all players usually start out with. You will often need to switch between 8th notes and 16th notes in a practical context, especially with metal riffs. And this is already the perfect introduction to the main challenge of all of these examples. You want to play perfectly in time right after each transition. So you're not allowed to drag or rush just a little bit after each transition to a new note value. Most players are guilty of that, and they speed up too much as soon as it's time for a faster note value, like the 16th notes for example, and then once again they slow down too much as soon as they move back to the slower note values, like the 8th notes in this case. So this should be your absolute biggest main focus as you're moving through all of those different levels.
Oh shit. Triplets.
In this case. So this should be your absolute biggest main focus as you're moving through all of those different levels.
I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. I hate rhythm. Dude, how about we try it at half speed?
Or like that.
We'll slow it down.
Trust me,
I'll
it's not
go
as
back
crazy
to
as
the
it
first
looks.
one. I'll go
Let's just start with
0.75
the
speed,
foundation
and we'll
with
try to
level
practice
1.
it, and then we'll see if we can do the second one. But this is the first one.
So let's quickly talk about the rule notes and 16. You're guilty of
All right,
that,
let's
and
go to level
too
2.
much values.
We didn't really do that right, but let's just see what we can do.
Absolute biggest main focus as you're moving through
All right.
all of those different levels.
1, 2, 3. Triplets. What the fuck, bro? I suck at rhythm. Holy crap. That is probably my weakest area. So, we'll come back to this video regularly, because we gotta ingrain these skills. Not that birth is like the gospel of all things rhythm, But this is a very, very good exercise because it's working on things that we are very poor at. So I gotta hit the bathroom, but I think when we come back, we're gonna forget about the rhythm for a second and try to do legato, sweep picking, and alternate picking exercises. I think we'll start with alternate picking, and then we'll go into legato, and then we'll go into sweep picking. And then I think at the end we'll try and see if we can find an economy picking exercise that'll do us good. motherfuckers. We're gonna do a bunch of picking exercises. So that's gonna be, I think we're gonna start with alternate picking, then we're gonna try legato, then we're gonna go into sweep picking, and then we're gonna do economy picking. Alright, let's try that one first, actually. I don't even know what I would describe that as, but that one's pretty good. Because it's not about breaking notes, all just about the string skipping and the maintaining the note values. Try them as harmonics. You know what? It just occurred to me, and we're not going to do this right now, but we could try doing different harmonics exercises, though I think I'm pretty good with harmonics. But to reiterate, harmonics. When you lay your hand across the metal part and you don't press down, so you're just holding your finger open, and then you press it, you pick it. That really cool sound. I really like those two harmonics because they got that really dissonant thing, but they're really hard to do. Those particular harmonics on the 3 and the 4, they don't always ring out. Whereas the 5, the 7, the 12 are always going to ring out. The 4 is pretty reliable. bridge. We'll do the double pickup. There we go. If you've ever listened to Slint, they make very good usage of that. Go listen to Slint, their album Spiderland. The reason they came up with that name is because they recorded that album, and then one of the members of the band, they were listening to it and they were like, it sounds spidery. And they're like, we'll call it Spiderland. That's one of the greatest albums of all time. Slint, Spiderland. Without a doubt, one of the greatest albums of all time. Here, I'm gonna finish my coffee, but I'm gonna play Nosferatu Man. That's the second song on that album. Listen to this shit. And it's in 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
On days I try to please my queen. Evenings I start to smile with my smiling queen, who sits across the table by the food she made.
And the folklore is, the lore is that after they recorded this album, the singer had to go into a mental hospital.
Railed like a red, cold train. She ran with her glances and railed like a red, cold train.
1991.
My lids are opened when the sun is high.
And the weirdest thing is, you would never guess it, but this band is from Kentucky.
I can be settled down
Like, you would think they'd be from like Seattle or something,
till I hear that old train rolling down the line.
or like Portland. But they're from Louisville, Kentucky.
She set a fire to burn it, and I railed on through the
Oh, I didn't even realize that Touch and Go Records put this out. That's pretty cool.
railed on.
I think that's Steve Albini's record label. This shit. This shit's fucking wild. Kick.
She peeked around the corner. She offered me her hand. My teeth touched her skin. And she was gone again.
Shit's fucking insane, man. Slints were on a whole fucking other level than everybody else. And I don't think anybody has reached their level since, honestly. What the fuck does slints even mean? What is slints?
Now my queen is lying in her early grave. After that girl, I'll keep it rolling. There's nothing left to save.
That shit's fucking unbelievable. Some bands never get old. Like, every single time I listen to that, it always works. Always does the trick. Like, I love Nirvana, but that shit gets old after a little bit. Rogan, that shit gets old. Everything gets old. Slints, it's always genuinely surprising. Okay, so let's do these alternate picking exercises. Let's do the one with the pentatonic. I like that one. let's just go all the way up and down, up and down, up and down for a very, very long time. Focus on playing it quickly, or playing it slowly first. So, what we're practicing here is alternate picking. That's the first part of this exercise. But what I've done is I've expanded it to the 5 different positions of the pentatonic scale. Normally, what the exercise was, see, if I were to play it exactly how it was in the thing, it would be just with one position. Right, you just do that forever. And that's not terrible practice. But I'm trying to make it much harder by going through the 5 positions. But what has just occurred to me, maybe I should just focus on one position and then start to expand it. So then we can kind of isolate the alternate picking aspect of it. Maybe I'll bring it up to 70. We're at 60, which is very slow. mixing note values there. But we might have started doing that too quickly because there's too many mistakes. Though that is a pretty exciting way to practice it because it makes you focus on rhythmic complexity as well. So this exercise is complicated in 3 different ways. Well, I don't know if it's complicated, but we're practicing 3 different things. And if we put that 4th thing where we're mixing note values, then it officially becomes a difficult exercise in the Cassidy Jacobs book of guitar exercises. Because you're practicing on 4 fronts. You're doing alternate picking, you're doing string skipping, you're working on the pentatonic positions, as well as mixing note values. So it's a 4-pronged exercise. So let's go back to all of the positions thing, where I go all up and down the positions, and we'll try to mix note values. But I'm gonna lower it to 50, and I'm gonna raise the metronome volume. I think 50 is too slow, honestly. It's too slow. We can do 60. Alright, we got a little fucky there, but let's fix it. Here, I'll start at the bottom and we'll work our way up. It's not good. That's not good. We need to clean that up. Bad. to slow it way the fuck down. Fuck it. And so here's what I'm doing is I'm going through each of the positions, but well, I'm not going through each of them. I'm picking out one of the positions and I'm going to practice solely in just that one position for each of the 5 positions. You get what I'm saying? Like I was going through each of the positions in a row, whereas now I'm lingering on each position and practicing them until I have that position very well done. Good. English. Now we're just getting sloppy, honestly. Gotta focus. Not a joke. Fuck! Alright, let's continue with that. But I need a break for like 5 seconds. Just for my own sanity. I'm gonna raise it to 70. Which is still very slow, but it's a little bit quicker. I zeroed in on that position because that's where I usually fuck up a lot. But let's try some of these other positions. Let's try isolating them. Right, so we were doing this one. Let's try this guy. The only thing that makes this one even a little bit hard is the string skipping. because the alternate picking is really simple, and then the pentatonic scales are like also pretty simple. Like I have those pretty much memorized. The hard part is doing the string skipping, because you have to skip over a string, and then whenever you hit both of them on accident, then it fucks up your rhythm and it fucks up your precision and stuff. So that's a pretty good exercise, I think. No, it is a good exercise. It's not I think. It is a good exercise. And so, yeah, I like that exercise, though it does piss me off sometimes because it seems easy on the surface. Like, you're just doing the pentatonic, it's easy. But the string skipping thing fucks me up all the time. And so it's like, it says on the paper, on the tin, it's an alternate picking exercise. But I think really the string skipping is like a bigger component of what's being practiced there than the alternate picking. The alternate picking is just kind of like gravy. Alternate pick like it's nobody's business. What's tough is like when you start introducing the string skipping. Can work on the alternate picking though. Clearly that is not incredible alternate picking. We could be more precise. Let's try going through that whole exercise just real quick, the up and the down. Because you put a ton of time into it, so it should be a little easier. You know what's one of my favorite, like, random made-up swears? You ever watch Tenacious D and the Pick of Destiny? Fuck, I gotta look up that scene. What the he says, fuck, fucking shit, fuck, Caucasus! Caucasus! He says, Caucasus. Caucasus! Whatever, I can't find that fucking scene. I gotta watch that movie again. You fucker, you fucking bitch. Hey, shout out to the man, the myth, the legend. Also, a Jew, Jack Black. I got big love for Jack Black. Jack Black's my hero. Hey, I saw School of Rock when I was a kid, and I took it a little too seriously. I also saw Kung Fu Panda and Nacho Libre. I saw Nacho Libre in theaters. That might have been my first R-rated film. Or no, that was PG. Am I retarded? But Tenacious D and the Pick of Destiny, that must have been my first R-rated film then. A little known fact about Tenacious D. Dave Grohl from Nirvana, and I guess also the Foo Fighters too. Dave Grohl, he does the drums on Tenacious D, and he also plays Satan. If you ever look at the tribute music video, it's Dave Grohl. It's Dave fucking Grohl. This is just a tribute. You know, it's another funny thing about tribute. If you break down the chord structure, it's just Stairway to Heaven. So the joke is, it's like, this is the greatest song of the world, but they just took Stairway to Heaven. You know what I mean? Right? So like Stairway to Heaven ends with this. As we wind down the road, right, that part. And then in Tenacious D tribute, it's like, this is not the greatest song in the world now. This is right? But it's the same chords. So I guess the joke is that in the scenario of that song, Tribute, you know, me and my brother Kyle here, we was hitchhiking down a long and lonesome road. All of a sudden, there shined a shiny demon in the middle of the road. And he said, play the best song in the world or I'll eat your souls. Right? And then they play the best. So me and Kyle, we looked at each other and we each said, okay. And we played the first thing that came to our heads, just so happened to be the best song in the world. And so I guess the joke is that they played Stairway to Heaven. Like well, I don't know if that's like the joke, but you get what I'm saying. And we played the Alright, and then the same chords are as we wind down the road. Shadows falling on our foes. Maybe the first thing that came to our head just so happened to be the best song in the world. The best song in the world. Oh, I'm so lazy, we all know. Something, 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 something. It's the same exact chords. Alright. Well, let's move on to legato. It seems like we made a little bit of improvement there. That wasn't bad. Our pull-offs are still not quite up to snuff, but I think we definitely made improvement on that front. So let's try to practice that to the point of absurdity. So earlier we had noted how for the pull-offs, we need to put our finger at a ridiculously arched position where the note is almost just barely touching our fingernail even, which, just for reference, normally we can put our finger very comfortably on the bottom portion, right? Like if we use our fingernail as a reference for where we're positioning our finger, it's like our fingernail is pointing upwards. So it's like the bottom of our finger is on the thing, right? But what we need to do is to make it so that the fingernail is like at a 90-degree angle. And the very top of our finger, the tip of our finger, is if we want to have controlled pull-offs. And so that is a very, it's awkward. It's awkward. Well, I don't know if it's awkward, but it's a difficult position to put your fingers in. So it's gonna take some fidangling, some finesse. So let's just focus on the pull-off section. So yeah, here, look. We can, when we have that in mind, we can get the first couple bars good. But then once we get down here, we have to adjust to another finger, and it gets really tough. Because my finger does not want to do that. This ring finger, is this the ring finger? It's not the index, it's the one between the middle and the pinky. That's the ring finger. That one does not want to do that position at all. So maybe we can try to just sub in our second finger, but it'd probably be better to work on the fingering for the ring finger. Because if we neglect our ring finger, then it's going to cause problems later. So let me take a quick piss, and then we'll get right on that. Motherfucker. You know what I like about Muslims? How they get on their hands and knees and pray to God 5 times a day. Islam, the literal definition of Islam is submit, to submit. Or is that the definition of Muslim? One of them means to submit. Or submission. Alright, so let's work on this legato. Really, I think we have to work on the pull-offs before we can work on the legato. That's what sucks. Yeah, so look at this. See, it's like my finger doesn't want to do that properly. It takes a lot of energy, mental energy, to try to make it move in the proper way. Like, we could kind of do it up here. once we get down here with the ring finger doesn't want to do it properly. So I think we got to slow it way down and just try to do it properly. Let's go to 30. So way fucking slow. Yeah, this is the place. This is how we gotta practice it. And so the idea is, if we practice it at this extremely slow pace, then we can do like 8th notes and 16th notes really comfortably. Like those would be whole or half notes, right? But since it's so slow, technically those are 8th and 16th notes, right? Let me go like this. Alright, I'll shut the fuck up for now. Oh, we cheated. It's like I'm cheating because I know my pull-off technique isn't going to work. So I pick because I want it to ring out. But we have to work just on the pull-off. I can't pick because then that's cheating. Yeah, I'm gonna take, this is a little gross, I'm gonna take a little off my fingernail, and then I think that'll give us a little more leeway for what we're trying to do. These guitarists, they gotta have really well-trimmed fingernails, unless you're one of these fucking freaks, these absolute freaks on the acoustic guitar that finger pick, and then in which case you have to have really long fingernails. That shit is fucking disgusting. Okay, I'm talking a lot, but I gotta say this. If I focus on putting the ring finger as like the center of that thing, rather than the pinky or the first, then all of a sudden you get more leverage. So yeah, our legato is getting there, but we gotta fucking work on this shit. It's pretty frustrating, not gonna lie. This shit is really frustrating. I'm gonna put it up to 40. see if we're playing that fast at 40, then by the time we get up to like 120, it's going to be ridiculously fast. And then we can get those quick legato lines. So listen, I'll do a line at 40. Listen, I'll do a line. Yeah. Okay. Check it. You see what I'm saying? That's legato. And so, once we're able to put all of these techniques in our kind of bag of tricks that we've mastered, it'll make a big difference rather than having them as like a, all right, that's legato, this is alternate picking, this is sweep picking, this is whatever. Once we master them, we'll be able to kind of put them together and then throw them in creatively. But right now, we need to isolate them so we can master the technique. Alright. See, the thing about this legato thing, it's a really good exercise, especially starting so slow. But it's also extremely frustrating because we're playing so slow. Or playing to a beat that is so slow. So we've been going for 4 hours, but you know what? I'm just gonna be a fucking savage today. I'm just gonna keep going. Trying to get this timing right. Lost it. Oh yeah, and so the other aspect of this exercise is that it's mixing note values, right? So it's Dun, 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 dun. Right? It's going. Whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying. It starts in 6, then it goes to triplets at double speed. Oh man, that's fucking frustrating. Like, I just don't want to play it over and over again, but I have to. See that? The pull-offs with the ring finger are not good. They don't ring out well. Let's try to do it better. It's just That's how I feel about it. Potentially what I might need to do is get a quick little snack inside of me. So I'm gonna go put something in the oven real quick, but it's not gonna be long for it to cook. I'm gonna eat some garlic bread. Alright. Until then, we're just gonna play this over and over again. I don't care how frustrating it is. I don't give up and I never back down. That is my ninja way. So that right there, that was playing, like, I did have a metronome going, but I wasn't thinking about the metronome at all. I was just thinking purely about what I need to do to get the notes ring out. So let's try that to the metronome. And that sounded much better too. I'm gonna raise it to 50. Yikes. We're getting somewhere with that. We're getting somewhere. It's still really not where I want it to be, but we're getting somewhere. Shake the hands out a little. Give them some rest. Man, that is so frustrating. I'm not gonna lie. I did chop down that cherry tree. Why the fuck did George Washington chop down that cherry tree? What the fuck was his problem? Oh, you didn't lie about it. It's alright. Like, dude, you chopped down my fucking tree, George. I cannot tell a lie. Why'd you do it though? Like, that story isn't even true. That's some bullshit they made up in like the fucking like, I think they might have made that story up in like the 50s even. Oh, that story was invented in 1806. I think George Washington might have been dead. Yeah, he'd been dead for 7 years at that point, and they made that story up. Slow it takes to improve on shit like that. Like, it's happening, but it's so slow. Just know this, whenever you see someone that's really good at guitar, just think, oh, that dude's fucking crazy. Obviously, that requires you to know what is someone who is actually really good at guitar versus someone who is just seems to be good. Like, oh, Ed Sheeran, he's really good. Check on my garlic bread. We're making good progress. Alright. We're gonna do this for a solid minute. Now look at the clock. It's at 30 seconds. Let's go. I just restarted it. Once it says a minute, we're gonna stop. Back to normal. You never realize how little. I usually practice it for very short bursts. But that was like a whole fucking minute and it lasted forever. But I made a ton of improvement just in that minute. So I think maybe I gotta start practicing things for longer durations too. Alright, I'm gonna get some food. Hamburgers. Cornerstone to any nutritious breakfast. So this garlic bread, I don't know why I said hamburgers. This garlic bread is gonna fuel. It's gonna fuel our sweet picking, our economy picking, and probably a little bit more of our legato practice. Damn, bro. Elsa Jean. She's getting beat up. She's getting beat up by her NBA boyfriend. Go Google Elsa Jean. So yeah, Jake Paul versus Tommy Fury coming up in a week. Exciting stuff. And then after that, we got John Jones versus Cyril Game. That's going to be lit. That's going to be lit, bro. That's going to be totally lit. Fire. That's going to be totally fire lit. No cap. Bussin'. Groovy. gonna be totally radical, man. Gnarly. Dude, that shit was fat. With a PH. Can you dig it? Hey, take a chill pill, bruh. Jeepers creepers. I'll see you on the flip side. Can you dig it? And all that jive? Back in the 50s, they came up with this one. It's we're gonna have a ball. If you keep this up, I'm gonna give you a knuckle sandwich. Okay. We are going to do like a couple more seconds of the legato stuff, but I don't want to risk over practicing it. I think we made good progress. That was awesome. You hear that? That was perfect. That was clean. That was perfect technique. It was on rhythm. That's awesome. wasn't perfect, but we clearly improved our technique a lot in just one sitting. So let's try to move on to sweep picking and see what we can do on that front. You know, you're not supposed to fight a war on two fronts, but man, call me Adolf Hitler, because I'm just going to do it anyways. Best beginner sweep picking exercise. Master sweep picking today from Bernth, from Switzerland.
Welcome my friends, Bernd here. It's finally time for another video lesson. This week we tackle the much requested topic of sweep picking once again.
There, I'm gonna do this other one that we know real quick. It's like this, it's something like this. It's like this. Alright, let's get the beat going. Let's try to break that down. We'll start it real slow. We're going to keep it at the same speed. We're just doing legato, 50 BPM. Unfortunately, I didn't wash my hands, so my fingers are all greasy because I'm fucking mentally retarded. I don't like that one. Fuck that one. Let's go back to the Bernth video.
Sweep picking masterclass, the follow-up to my other program 10 Steps to Modern Shredding. If you're searching for a complete step-by-step guide to learn this quite challenging technique from the beginning, you should definitely check it out. It's a
Maybe, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to work on economy picking, because economy picking has sweep picking inside of it. Economy picking kind of is like the combination of alternate picking and sweep picking. So we're going to do economy picking first.
This particular pattern is a sequence. It's a sequence that I've been using for a number of years now, but it's literally just on the top B and E strings. I tend to use this pattern It contains a variety of different movements. When I say variety, it's mainly inside and economic movement. As are all of the economy exercises. But this specific sequence has really helped me control my technique. So I've kind of saved the most effective one till last. Well, certainly the most effective one for me. So I'll show you exactly what that is. It goes like this. And we're going to start it with the downstroke.
That's a good one.
Okay.
Let's pick that apart. So he throws notes, but then he does some crazy shit.
So we're going to start it with a down, and it's groups of 4. Down, up, down, down. So we get economic movement. Then we're going to do inside movement to return back to the B string. So it goes up to return movement. Then we're going to do inside movement to return back to the B string.
So it's down, up, down, down. right? So we do alternate picking on one string, down, up, down, and then we sweep onto the next string, down, up, down, down. So that's what economy picking is. So when you do alternate picking, and then when you go to the next string, you sweep. And so it's economical in motion and movement and all that. All right.
So it goes up, down, then that's followed by a down. To cross back to the E. So we have down, up, down, down, up, down, down.
Holy shit, that's
Next note
really
is
good.
upstroke, so we can continue with the movement on the B string. Another upstroke, and then we get a down, up, down on the top string. So
That's great. All right, we're just gonna try to practice that for so long until we can get the super fast picking, super hyper fast economy picking. Watch the rest of this video. It's really short. It's only a minute left. I like this. It's right to the point. Right to the point. You see how fast you can get with it? That's unbelievable.
okay. I also do that.
Alright, fuck man, we gotta just practice that for an absurd amount of time. This is going to be one that gets us really frustrated, but let's just work on it. Alright, it says 30 seconds. I'm gonna shut up until it says a minute. In fact, I'm just gonna be starting the clock. I need to open my mouth so I can go down, up, down. Down, up, down, down, up, down, down, up, down, up, down. That's not right. It's supposed to end on an up. Is that right? I think it's supposed to end on a down. Like, it sounds like that makes more sense.
Down, down, up, down, up, down.
No, it ends on a down. Alright, I'm not retarded. Okay. Jerry's still out. Ooh, boy. That one's deceptively extremely difficult. if you play it with that weird picking style, then you can get it up to like insane speeds. Economy picking. This shit's fucking tough, not gonna lie. This shit's really tough. It takes a lot of mental concentration. Like a lot. You have to pick in a very particular way. And so I'm trying to ingrain that system. Alright, I'm going to pause this for a second. I'm just going to try to mess around with economy picking on some scale and try to ingrain that idea. But I'll return to that in a second. how odd. Takes a lot of focus for me to do right now. But if you can master that skill and throw that into your scales and shit like that, it'll sound incredible. It's tough to hear a difference, but it's all about the fluidity of the notes, right? Because if you alternate pick it, it's like this. But, okay, I would like to play it fast, but it's like this, basically. Oh, economy picking. It's kind of combining alternate picking and sweep picking. I don't have it up to speed yet. I feel like I would love to be really good at economy picking. If I got good at that, I would be using that all the time because it just feels awesome. Like your hand just glides across. It's like one step below sweep picking. Let's do this really slow. Oh, 50 beat. Alright, here we go. What? Let's make it a little quicker. Let's put up to 70. You see how smooth that was? It's like buttery smooth. It's very similar to alternate picking, but it's different because there's this weird transition. I'm just doing this economy picking idea up and down the major scale with the 3-note per string version. Yeah, it's very odd. I really like it. I think it's going to be tricky to get really used to it. But I think it's definitely something that like I can tap into already. I already have the skills to tap into it. But I think it'd be very easy to accidentally lose it, right? You know, honestly, I'm surprised at how well I can play it already. Let's see how quickly I can get it. I'm going to bump it up to 100 BPM. Which is the wrong idea, but let's just see how it is. Oh, now it's the double speed. I can see how once we dial that in, it can allow us to go extremely fast, like faster than we can with alternate picking. Let's slow it down. Let's work on this. I'll put it to 80. Fuck. God damn it. Alright, and then, so this is what I've noticed, is that when I start getting too quick with it, I want to maintain the notes ringing out, so I quickly return to alternate picking, which is bad. because I'm more comfortable alternate picking. Alright, let's try it in the A minor. So what was the exercise we just learned? It was something like this. That's so deceptively difficult. It's so deceptively difficult. It sounds like, oh, that's pretty easy. Like, it might be easy if you were alternate picking, but that's not the point of the exercise. Because if you can get it with the economy picking, you can fucking do it so fast if you can really master that motion. Let's get a beat going. Jesus. Fuck. Deep breath. Don't fucking jump out of the window. There, we'll slow it down. Seems like we got it pretty good, but we'll slow it down even more and then we'll have it perfect. That's really hard. It doesn't sound hard. It sounds like, oh, that's like a cute little melody. It's really hard. Because of, I mean, okay. So it's this fucking alternate picking, it's economy picking, right? So we do this down, up, down, down, right? So it's, we alternate pick up to the third, and then we sweep onto the next string, and then we go back down, and we go up, down, down, right? So then we have a second sweep. Alright, so this is why it's hard, right? It's because the sweep is switching, right? So on the first run, the sweep is on the last section, right? Then it goes up, down. Then the sweep is in the middle. Up, down, down, up. Then it's down, down, up, down. So then the sweep is at the start. That's a really good exercise. And then, let's say if we were to able to get it really fast. You'd be able to get it way faster than you can with any alternate picking thing because of the sweeps inside of there. So let's try this at 60 for a little bit, and then we'll try going up to 100. I got it. So here's the last tricky part of it. There's also a sweep down as well. So it's down, up, or down, up, down, down. That's the sweep. Up, down, down, up. And then that right there, between those two things, is a sweep. Up, down, up, down, up, down, down. Alright, let's go slow. Down, up, down, down, up, down, down, up, down, down. quick break from that shit. Because while it is a good exercise, it is very short and very repetitive. But that's something we're going to do every day, I think, for a little bit. So let's go back to doing the economy picking over the major scale. Alright, also FYI, I don't suck that bad. What it is that there's a little bit of awkwardness when you reach the top of the scale. You would like to maintain the same up-down pattern, but you kind of have to stop and switch it if you want to do the economy picking back down. Because it's like this, you go down, up, down, down, up, down, down, up, down. Oh, hang on, I don't need to sing it. Down, up, down, 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 down, up, down. And you end on a down. You end on a down, but if you want to go back down with the economy picking, you need to end on an up. So I stop on the up, on the down, and I have to change it to up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. And then the same thing is backwards, so you have to change it to a down. Hey, you see how good our legato got there? You were practicing legato like earlier, and that was like really clean legato. Shit, man. Alright, I think we put a decent amount of time into economy picking. Let's try to go to sweep picking, which is like the step above in difficulty.
10-week online course, and I'm practicing. Find the link below this video.
Alright, this shit is gonna piss me off because it starts so simple, but it's still gonna be annoying.
Let's check out the 2 practical assignments for you to see.
Alright, I can do this one actually. So it starts like this. We're mixing note values. So we're practicing for the sweep. But this is level 1. Oh, fuck you, Burn. Can you fucking believe this shit? Look at this. He immediately goes to fucking he's such a troll. Listen to this shit. Fuck you, Burn. Fucking bitch. fucking shitty ass
This
fucking
serves as a nice
Swiss.
comparison. I showed you a basic exercise
Fuck
that worked wonders for
Switzerland.
me personally in the
We're
beginning, and
like
then showed you a
Swiss. We're
practical
like
demonstration
neutral.
of what my
We
playing has
don't
evolved
get
into
involved
over the
in
years.
shit.
This
Fuck
is
you.
something absolutely everybody can learn. It's not reserved for some special people, and you don't have to sell your soul to the devil or anything like that. Everybody can do this with the
Fuck
right
you.
exercises. I will show you how to get started in this video. First of all, let's check out the exercise once again. I'm playing.
What a troll thing to do. He starts you off with this. And then he immediately goes to like a fucking like 10,700 BPM.
Playing a C major 7th arpeggio consisting of the notes C, E, G, and B. So root, major
What a
3rd,
troll,
perfect
dude.
5th, and major 7th.
Dude, he's acting like he wasn't trolling you. Like he's like, yes, so then the next thing we need to do is like...
Here it is once again, played a bit slower. The root C on the 10th fret of the D string, the major 3rd E on the 9th fret of the G string, the perfect 5th G on the 8th fret on the B string, all more. Individual of swings will establish connection quickly. Often
That's
from
it.
their practice in the beginning, F major, picking and have fun practicing.
Alright, so this is what he wants us to do. Once you understand how to do sweep pick. But he's literally doing that at like a fucking billion fucking BPM. Fuck you, Burn. Fucking really good guitar player. Fuck you. So, at least we can pick that apart and play that at our speed. So it starts with a C major arpeggio. See, we're at the skill level where we can pick that apart. Like, he's only showing you that to like show you how advanced it could get. But you know what? We're gonna break that apart, and that's gonna be our fucking sweep picking exercises. Like, he just wants you to do this. And then he fucking shows. Whatever the fuck, right? Doesn't sound that complex when I do it, but when he does it, it's like, listen to this fucking shit. What a fucking bitch. How old is this video? This is burnt from like 4 years ago, so no wonder he didn't have it all figured out yet. This dude blew up fucking big time for as far as guitar teaching YouTubers go. This guy has 800,000 subscribers. and he played with Tool. He's probably the biggest in the world. Burnt. Let's see. Who else could be bigger than Burnt? Marty... What was that guy? Marty Schwartz? Is that guy bigger than Burnt? Yeah, he does. He is bigger than Burnt. He has 3.6 million subscribers. But the thing is, he's not like a real guitar. I mean, I don't want to be like true Scotsman and all that. But like all he does is just tell you how to play songs. Like look at his most popular videos. How to play Metallica, Nothing Else Matters. How to play Hotel California. How to play Wish You Were Here. How to play Wonderwall. How to play Smells Like Teen Spirit. How to play Stairway to Heaven. You know what I'm saying? Like he's not a real guitar teacher. Burnt is a real guitar teacher. Alright, let's try to break this fucking fuck you sweep. There's no other way to describe it. It's a fuck you sweep. Hey, what happened? Oh, there we go. This is not a good practice. Like, I'm not gonna learn sweep picking this way. Like what? Alright, let's go to Klaus.
This is by
The two best sweep picking exercises there is.
far one of my favorite sweep picking exercises. And I feel that a sweep picking is a misunderstood child in the techniques family. Because we have something called directional picking or economy picking. Then we have something called alternate picking. Then we have something called hammer-ons and pull-offs or legato. And
right. So it's good. He just said like, all right, we have this thing called economy picking. We have this thing called, or I guess economy picking is also called directional picking sometimes. We have this thing called alternate picking. We have this thing called hammer-ons and pull-offs, also known as legato. But then sweep picking is like a misunderstood child in the picking styles.
And then we have sweep picking. But sweep picking, what is that basically? It's going from one string to another with the same stroke, right? You are doing two strokes if you go from the B to the E. If you use alternate picking, you go down, up, or up, down, because you alternate between down and up. If you do sweep picking, you have two downstrokes, or one downstroke.
You know what? The point he's making is a really cogent. Is that a right use of that word? Is that a right pronunciation? It is a very good point, and he's saying that sweep picking is misunderstood because you think you need to like really do like a big sweep, but really I think it's better to, or not me, but he's saying it's better to think of it as for alternate picking you do down up, whereas sweep picking it's just down 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 down, up 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 up. And then the more you think of it as like this sweepy sort of thing, the easier it is to get confused. I think that's a good way to break it down, maybe, to just think of it as going, all right, we're just playing in one direction. It's gonna be all downstrokes. Sweep picking is definitely the hardest out of all of them.
That covers two strings, right? And the same thing goes for economy picking, which is also sweep picking. Why? Because it's all about the string shift, right? Sweep picking is only about.
This dude has like a similar accent to fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I love it.
How to go from one string to another, and it's opposite of alternate picking, which alternates the strokes. So economy picking is basically a blend of alternate
He has like a high-pitched version of the Austrian accent.
picking on one string, and then sweep picking when you go from string to string. Sweep picking is basically something we use when we don't do alternate picking at all, and only go. But even there, I did a little bit of alternate picking because I had 2 notes on the first string, and then I had 2 notes on the last string, and I did alternate picking there as well. I did sweep picking for all the strings. So you can say that sweep picking is, of course, shifting strings with 2 similar strokes. And alternate picking is shifting strings when we're talking string shifts with 2 opposite strings. And sweep picking is just about, you can't sweep pick on one string, right? So there's nothing called economy picking, really. It doesn't make sense. In my book, it's all one mix. It's just about your alternate picking when you're doing hammer-ons and pull-offs on one string, right? Alternate picking and hammer-ons and pull-offs on one string. Sweep picking or directional picking, yes, because that refers to the string shift, right? Let's just get our terms straight here so we don't confuse people in the process, which is really common in the world of guitar and music theory. It's full of just bad, sloppy language that doesn't really.
So true. Why the fuck is guitar theory, like he's saying, the language of guitar theory, or music theory rather, the language of music theory is just full of sloppy language. Like it's just like you have to fucking go through so many headaches just to even vaguely understand what the fuck they're talking about. It's like so many examples of sloppy language. Like I always go to this one. Like when we have intervals, right? We have whole step and half step. Those are intervals. But then we also have these things like minor second, major second, minor third, major third, second fifth, perfect fourth, fifth, and those are also intervals. And it's like you hear that and you're like, huh? You know what I mean? Like,
Encapsulate.
or then when you have like, oh, it's like a 1-3-5, and you're like, what do you mean 1-3-5? Like, it's like
what it is that we're talking about. So, when we're talking about the string shift, we can either go, opposite strokes, down up or up down, or we can do the same strokes. But when it then comes to these arpeggios, when we start having that far in between the notes, we suddenly start having a series of notes that are, well, we only have one note on a string before we leave for the next string. And that's why sweep picking is so useful. But sweep picking isn't useful in and of itself, because what we want to do when we have two notes on a string, we use hammer pull-offs and some picking. That kind of gives you a sound efficiency, and it gives you speed efficiency. You can't really play very fast. Right? For everything on one string, or hammer-ons and pull-offs. So what's my point with all this? Well, my point is that how do we attack the challenge of playing arpeggios? We become very good at sweeping and alternate picking as well, but that works for single note runs as well. So we're already practicing that before we start practicing arpeggios or two-note string. Right? But so let's look into how do you actually practice sweep picking. And some people say just do one sweep, make this hand sweep fit how what you do down here. But I'm going to make the tune what you did down. The first exercise I'm going to give you is the hardest. So don't expect yourself to do it fast. It just goes, you take 2 strings, and then you play up, down on the B string. Let's start on the highest one. It's
Alright.
easier. We play down,
here's the
up on the
exercise.
highest.
Here's the exercise.
No notes yet. When
No
I
notes.
practice picking techniques, I don't play notes. Until I.
He says, when I practice picking techniques, I don't play notes. I mean, fuck, dude. Klaus has the most unbelievable picking techniques, so maybe he's fucking right about that one. God damn, bro.
I'm using my skills. I want to practice where I can focus on the picking itself. So what I do is I play down, up on the high E string, and then up, down on the B string, and then I return. So I go down, up on the E, up, down on the B. That's 2 string shifts, right? It's in the upwards direction and the downward. So sweep, sweep, and that's basically it. Sweep, 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 but with timing, which is the hard part, right? Because anyone can go, right? But to go, if you can't do this very fast, that's the level of your sweep picking skills, right? Think about it. If that's what you can do, in order to keep timing with the metronome, then your skills doesn't really go in.
Holy shit, he's right. Fuck! Alright, let's practice that. We'll play at 60 BPM. Alright, I'm gonna bump it up to 80. See how we do. Holy shit. We can't even do it at 80 BPM. That's how bad we are. It makes so much sense. Holy crap. You practice the picking exercises with no notes. So you isolate the technique. And the fact I can't even play it to 80 BPM, which is slow as fuck, that demonstrates how poor my sweeping technique is. And the only way I'm going to get that faster is if I can slowly master it with no notes. That's so obvious. This is why we have Klaus on the subscribe. Alright, let's go. 60 BPM. We're just gonna do this for a minute. Alright.
Any higher than that, this keep timing. Think about it. If with timing, which is and then up, down. So I'm using my skills. I want to practice where I can focus on the picking itself.
See how quickly he can do it? Holy shit.
On the high E string, and then up, down on the B string, and then I return. So
what's he do? god, he was doing it even more complicated than we were. Oh, buddy, oh, buddy, oh, buddy, oh, buddy, oh, oh, gee, oh, gee, oh, my, oh, gee, oh, fuck. Oh my god, that's an incredible exercise. This dude Klaus is a fucking genius. I didn't like him at first because he seemed like a bit of a weirdo, but holy fuck, he knows some fucking genius guitar exercises. That's hard. That's genuinely hard. Even at 60 BPM, I'm having trouble. Let's bring it down to 50. Because it's not clean through. We gotta do a string shift. There's 2 string shifts. Oh my god, let's slow it down to 30. I'm trying to figure something out here. So, is it... No way. No way. Holy shit. Klaus. No way, dude. You're on some fucking higher dimensional shit right here with this. Dude. Alright, let's try straight picking then. Alright, not perfect, but we're kind of working on it. This is the new policy. If it's too sloppy, then it's not good practice. I mean, that's fucking obvious. But it's like, genuinely, we have to be very discriminating with what counts as practice, or else you can waste a lot of time. I'm gonna put it at 60 BPM, and we're gonna try doing the major minor sweep. 1 second. Alright, let's try this. That's hard. Let me look something up real quick. Damn. Shit, bruh. Yeah. I think we might call it today. I think we did a lot of work. We did alternate picking, we did sweep picking, we did legato, we did a lot of work on our spider walks. We put a ton of work into our vertical triads, we put a little bit of work into our rhythm exercises, and generally we just put a ton of work into our picking, economy picking. Yeah, and we put a ton of work into 4-note arpeggios too. So all in all, today was a very productive day. I probably could keep going, but I'm just going to call it because I got to make a call. So, sick. That was pretty badass. That was a pretty good day. You know, sometimes it's like that. The days where you don't want to do it and then you show up anyways, those are the best days. I was dragging ass. I don't think I started till around 11, but today was really solid. So, there you go.